Good afternoon and welcome in. We are at Central Maine Community College here in Munzing Media. Central Maine softball action as the CM Mustangs take on the Bay Path University Wildcats. Game 1 of 2 today. And Pat, why don't you give us the starting lineups?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Central Maine Community College Athletic Turf Facility for today's USCAA softball games featuring the visiting Bay Path University Wildcats and your Central Maine Mustangs. Here's the starting lineup for the visiting Wildcats. Leading off, the center fielder, number 5, Emma Sheerin. The second baseman, number 11, Taylor Suffolet. The shortstop, number 1, Maddie Vera. The pitcher, number 8, Daisy Guzman. The left fielder, number 14, Allie Henderson. The third baseman, number 25, Brooke Evanchak. The catcher, number 13, Jalen Harrigan. The first baseman, number 17, Ansley Morrison. And the right fielder, number 24, Faith Ruggiero. The head coach of the Wildcats is Stephen Smith, assisted by Marina Rhodes. And now, here's the starting lineup for your Mustangs. Leading off, the center fielder, number 4, Olivia Gallen. The third baseman, number 9, Haley Fernald. The shortstop, number 16, Olivia Scott. The pitcher, number 1, Avery Herrick. The catcher, number 14, Emily Wormwood. The first baseman, number 12, Abby Furlan. The second baseman, number 10, Addison Herrick. The right fielder, number 11, Maria Dosty. And the left fielder, number 25, Emily Sanfason. The head coach of your Mustangs is Bruce Robertson. The assistant coaches are Abby Nielsen, Daryl Fernald, and Sonia Morse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. As we're just about set to go here, Ryan Palmer will be on the play-by-play. I'm Patrick Dexler, providing color commentary today. Our executive producer, Rob Munzing, and Calvin Mason, the camera guy today. As your Mustangs come in with a record of 10-8-1, coached by Bruce Robertson in his 4th season. For the Bay Path University Wildcats, coached by Stephen Smith, they come in with a record of 2-8. So we'll see how competitive this game will be today. On the mound, the Mustangs ace, Avery Herrick, the first year from Dexter, Maine. We'll set the defense here for you, going left to right in the outfield. Emily Sanfison, Olivia Gallen, and Maria Dosty. The infield left to right. Haley Fernald, Olivia Scott, Addison Herrick, and Abby Ferlin behind the plate. Emily Wormwood, and in the circle, Avery Herrick.
All right, I'm ready to go. It's a cool one out here today, Pat. Glad you're inside, you're not in the wind.
Leading off for the Wildcats, the center fielder, Emma Shireen.
Emma Shireen will lead off for the Wildcats. Avery Herrick on the mound. First pitch, outside, ball one.
Looking at stats earlier, Ryan, Avery Herrick is third in the USCAA in strikeouts.
The 1-0, up high, ball two. Two and on to Shireen, the pitch, outside corner for strike one. Yeah, we had baseball practice this morning. It was brutally cold. That wind is a killer. 2-1 down. No, we're going to give it a low strike. Evens the count at 2-2.
You take the wind out of the factor, it's a great day.
2-2, up high for ball three.
But a steady 17-mile-an-hour breeze from the northwest.
Yeah, you're right. If the wind's not blowing, the sun's out. It's tolerable. Full count, 3-2. Got her to chase up high for strike three. And Shireen's down by way of the K.
Game time temperature 42 degrees. The second baseman, Taylor Suffolet.
That'll bring up second baseman Sufferlet. The pitch, in there, she called strike. Ball up high.
The first of 4 games for Mustang softball this weekend, and the first of 4 Mustang home games.
That's ripped to the right center gap, and it's over the head of Gallen all the way to the fence. And Suffolet's going to take off with 3. The relay throw is not going to be in time. And Suffolet slides in there with a triple.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera.
And we're going to get the first run of the game. The ball's going to get by Wormwood, and the Wildcats have a quick 1-0 lead.
Yeah, not the start that you would want.
That pitch was a strike, too. Herrick's 0-1. Down low. One pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2.
2 softball games here on campus today and 2 baseball games tomorrow.
Herrick's 1-2 to Vera. Popped up And Wormwood couldn't find it right off, and it's going to drop for foul ball. The 1-2. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And they're going to throw the ball to first, then they're going to be out. No confusion there on whether to tag her or where she took off running towards her dugout, but until the umpire says she's out of play, it's still in.
The pitcher, Daisy Guzman.
So 2 strikeouts for Herrick, 2 outs here in the top of the first. Wildcats lead 1-0. The pitcher, Daisy Guzman, steps in. Herrick's pitch. Down low for ball 1.
Herrick coming in with a 2-2 record, 5 complete games on the season, an ERA of 4.22.
1-0 in there, called strike.
I think the ERA is a little bit inflated with it being ERA per 7 innings.
1-1. Popped foul right side. The 1-2. Change up for strike 3. And Herrick comes back to strike out the side. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors, nobody left on base. After half inning, Bay Path leads 1-0.
And we welcome you back here for the bottom of the first. As you just saw a video celebrating our women's basketball national champions. Celebrating their 3rd title in 6 years. And we're going to go back and look at Emma Shireen's triple. Excuse me, Taylor Suffolette's triple. As she got a hold of one in the right center field gap just over the head of Olivia Gallen, and she was able to cruise into 3rd. Leading off for your Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen.
And we saw the other night, and you saw probably more than I have, is she gets on base, she can fly. The pitch to Gallen. It's going to be bounced to the shortstop. It's going to be misplayed, and Gallen's going to reach on an error.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald. Gallen is 3rd in the USCAA in stolen bases with 13.
And she's going to take off right out of the gate. She's going to steal 2nd.
There's number 14 on the season.
Pitch was a ball to Haley Fernald, the third baseman. Squares the bunt. Gallen's going to take third, and she's going to slide in safely.
Adding on to that total.
You know, like I mentioned the other day, Pat, she gets the first base. You might as well put her on third.
The first-year product from Norway, Maine.
Be ball 3 to Fernald.
Excuse me, South Paris, Maine, but Oxford Hills Comprehensive High School.
Guzman's 3-0 pitch to Fernald is outside corner for strike 1.
Definitely a good breaking pitch there, Ryan. And with Coach Robertson giving the red light to Haley Fernald, she's going to leave that there in the zone.
3-1. Swung, it hits the shortstop. And Fernald's going to reach on the bench. I want to give that a base hit. That's a tough play. I think if she makes that play, she still doesn't throw Fernald out. She went to the backhand.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott.
Olivia Scott steps in. The pitch in there called strike.
The Bay Path Wildcats traveling with 9 players today, so all 9 will see the field.
No playing time complaints there. Pitch up high for ball 1. Evens the count at 1-1.
It's about a 3-hour, 45-minute drive from Longmeadow, Mass, just west of Springfield.
1-1. Up high for ball 2. Olivia Scott's the 2-1 pitch. Be inside ball 3.
Guzman dealing with a little bit of a control issue here. Gotten a couple strikes.
3-1. That's belted. That's going to get over the left fielder's head all the way to the fence. And they're going to call it a ground rule double as it got under the fence. So that will keep Fernald at third base. And Olivia Scott's in there with a ground rule double. That's going to bring up Avery Herrick.
The pitcher, Avery Herrick.
That ball was scorched.
And it just found the right part of the fence to go under. If it catches one of the poles in the middle, that stays in. And that's potentially a triple.
First pitch to Herrick is going to be hit to the shortstop. Looks at home, but it's going to go to first base for the out. And in the back door comes Fernald for the second CM run. They take a 2-1 lead. It'll be an RBI put out for Herrick.
The catcher, Emily Wormwood.
So Olivia Scott move over to third base. The shortstop, Maddie Vera's been very busy here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. Outside for ball 1.
2 runs on 2 hits for the Mustangs and 1 error for the Bay Path Wildcats.
The 1-0. Up high for ball 2. The 2-0 pitch. That's going to be over the shortstop's head and down for a base hit. Henderson fields it left field. But even an RBI single for Wormwood.
The first baseman, Abby Furland. Mustangs continuing right where they left off on Thursday.
Abby Ferland's wings chopped left side, be a foul ball.
2 wins against Northern Vermont Johnson, 17-4 and 26-0. Largest margin of victory in Mustang softball history so far.
Pitch in there for a called strike, makes it 0-2. The 0-2 to Ferland. Outside corner for a called strike 3.
And Ferland did not like that call as she's looking down at Coach Robertson. The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Herrick squares to bunt. Back safely is Wormwood. Pitch was a ball. The 1-0 will be chop foul, hits her in the batter's box. Herrick squares the bunt. It's going to be a foul ball. Makes it count 1-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Mustangs lead 3-1. It's going to be hit to the shortstop. It's fielded by Vera over to Morrison for the third out. 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on. After 1 complete, the Mustangs lead 3-1.
When I'm on the road speaking, I'm able to have sidebar conversations with everybody that wants to come talk to me. And I hear about their family and loved ones that are going through maybe cancer, maybe a critical illness, maybe something, being disabled from a job, and not having the coverage that they need because their health care just didn't cover it.
I ask that you would allow one of our experienced representatives to come into your business so that we are able to educate you on the value of these very, very important products.
The Hutchinson Family Sports Foundation is proud to support Munson Media's production of live streaming high school sports. We recognize the hard work and dedication of Maine's high school student athletes, and we applaud Munson Media's pioneering live streaming efforts. The Hutchinson Family Sports Foundation.
From Italians.
Welcome back. Ryan Palmer, Pat Dexler here at Central Maine Community College. Softball game here between the Mustangs and the Bay Path Wildcats. USC AA game.
Just a coincidence, but it's pretty much a Wildcat weekend here on campus.
Yeah, we mentioned that the other day.
Your baseball program will be taking on UNH tomorrow. First game at 12. Leading off for the Wildcats, the left fielder, Allie Henderson.
Allie Henderson will step in against Avery Herrick, who struck out the side in the first, despite giving up a run. First pitch, swung on and missed, strike 1.
Avery adding on to her 50 strikeouts so far.
Ball fouled straight back. Makes it 0-2. The 0-2. called straight back again.
Definitely have to see, Ryan, where a couple Mustangs might be in contention for All-American awards next month. For both baseball and softball.
Herrick's 0-2. It's going to be chopped to third. Fernald over to Abby Furlan. A little high throw, but Abby jumped and got it, came back down on the bag in time for the out. Henderson is retired on the 5-3 putout.
The third baseman, Brooke Ivanchek. Apologize ahead of time if we have any incorrect pronunciations.
First pitch, ball one. Isn't that your job to go find those out? Come on, Pat. 1-0. Down low for ball two. Herrick's 2-0 pitch. At the knees, called strike. The 2-1. Down low, ball three. Pitch inside for ball four, just missed. Now they'll bring up Harrigan.
The catcher, Jalen Harrigan.
One out here in the top of the second. Mustangs lead 3-1. First pitch called strike. If you're just joining us, Wildcats scored on a pass ball in the top of the first, and 3 runs and 3 hits for the Mustangs in the bottom half. Pitch down low, evens the count at 1. Olivia Gallen reached on an error, and then back-to-back hits from Fernald and Scott led to the 3 runs. It's going to be back to Herrick. Herrick to second for 1. That's going to be dropped by Olivia Scott, and everybody's going to be safe. Can't assume a double play. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Harrigan.
The first baseman, Ansley Morrison.
That'll be an error on Scott. Pitch outside, ball 1.
Smarter play there may have been to go to first for Herrick, at least get 1 out.
Well, you always want it was hit back to her pretty hard, so I think she had plenty of time to get the. I think the right play was made. Later on in the game, maybe if you got a good lead, get the out, but early on in the game. (2-0) down low for ball 3. (3-0) pitch in there, called strike. Herrick's 3-1. Swung out and missed for strike 2. (3-2) pitch. At the knees, called strike 3. Great pitch there by Abby Herrick.
Big strikeout. The right fielder, Faith Ruggiero.
So that'll be 4 strikeouts for Herrick here. Through 1 2/3. The pitch, inside corner, called strike. Faith Ruggiero steps in. Herrick's 0-1. Swung on and missed, strike 2. This would be a big out too. We'll leave 2 runners on base. 0-2. Sliced to the right side. See if Herrick stays with the heat here or changes things up. Get Ruggiero way out front. The pitch. Stuck with the heat for strike 3. No runs, no hits. 1 error and 2 left on. After an inning and a half, Mustangs lead 3-1.
As we welcome you back here to the bottom of the second, you're taking a live look at our backstop camera set up earlier pregame. It is moving with the wind a little bit with the fence, but nonetheless it provides another good angle for you to see Mustangs softball. And there's our pitcher camera directly on the pitcher and a little bit of the background. Leading off for the Mustangs, the right fielder, Maria Dosti. So providing you with 3 cameras today for the price of 1. Yeah, with the wind factor today at a steady northwest wind of 17 miles an hour. Couldn't really set up the center field camera. Kind of had plans to do that, but when Mother Nature says no, you kind of have to agree with her.
I'm not sure she said no, though. I think we just played it safe. Dosti steps in. The pitch. Down low for ball 1.
Due up for the Mustangs this inning, Maria Dosti, Emily Sanfason, and then the top of the lineup, and Olivia Gallen.
Guzman's 1-0. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Might have been down a little bit, a little anxious there for Dosti. The 1-1. High and outside, ball 2.
Dosti, the junior from Lewiston, Maine, went to Winthrop High School.
Ball down in the zone again, swung on and missed. I think she had a brother that went to St. Dom's. That's a guess. I'm pretty sure she did. Coached I was coaching at Derigo. He was playing for Bob Blackman. That'll be a ball that just missed. Full count, 3-2. 3-2 pitch. Be fouled right side.
Definitely going to be better weather tomorrow. High temperature supposed to be 46. A little overcast expected tomorrow, but the wind down to about 5 to 10 miles an hour, so it won't be as blustery if you're a baseball player in the outfield.
3-2 pitch swung on and missed. It gets away from the catcher. The throw down to first base is in time. It'll go as a strikeout. Emily Sanfason steps in.
The left fielder, Emily Sanfason.
Guzman's pitch to Sanfason is ripped to the left side and gets through for the one-out single.
Back to the top of the lineup for the Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen. Gallen now with 15 stolen bases on the season between fall and spring.
And I would guess that if she gets on base, she will add to that. I'm not a betting man, though. That's going to be hit to the shortstop. Second for one, and there's no chance of doubling up Gallen. She'll reach first on the fielder's choice. Sanfason is put out 6-4.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald. Gallen 0 for 2, but she finds a way to get on base both times.
Haley Fernald singled and scored in the first, and Gallen's gone. And she slides in safely to second. Should have bet me, Pat.
Because I would say I'm a betting man, but I think I'm more focused on getting the stolen base stat in for Olivia.
I'm going to guess a fake bunt. She's going to take third. Nope. She is taking third, though. The throw's going to be over the head of what would have been the shortstop as she was covering third on the play. And Gallen has 2 more stolen bases. It's ball 2 on the pitch. So Fernald has a 2-0 count.
The leading stolen base getter, if that's a word.
That's going to be hit to left field, and that's going to get over her head. The wind just took that. It's going to one-hop the fence. And Fernald is going to go for 3. The throw from the shortstop is going to be not in time. It's going to be a little bit low. And Fernald's going to be into the triple. RBI triple at that.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott. But the league leader of the USCAA in stolen bases was at 24 to start today. And Olivia is now at 17 after starting at 13.
Scott drives it to the left center gap, and that's going to get over the fence, and that'll be her second ground rule double. So Olivia Scott 2 for 2 with 2 doubles.
The pitcher, Avery Herrick.
That'll bring up Avery Herrick, who grounded out to shortstop in the first, but got an RBI. Guzman's pitch is going to be over the head of the catcher, and Olivia Scott will take third on the wild pitch. Mustangs lead 5-1 here. 2 outs in the bottom of the second. It's a 1-0 count on Avery Herrick. The 1-0 pitch. Up high for ball 2.
Definitely, as I said earlier, continuing right where they were on Thursday against Northern Vermont Johnson. And looking at all the stats on paper, this game you would think might be a little bit closer, but that's not really the case so
Herrick's
far.
going to pop up behind second. Second base is going to make the catch, and that's going to end the bottom of the second inning. 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left. After 2 complete, 5-1 Mustangs.
The New England Aviation Academy is Maine's only official service training center and service training partner. NEAA is strategically located at the Brunswick Executive Airport in beautiful Brunswick, Maine, which is on the Atlantic coast and only an hour to the mountains in the western part of the state. The aircraft used by NEAA to train our students and rent to current pilots are all technically advanced airplanes, have the Cirrus airframe parachute system, and are the newest model generation. We train in the best equipment in the marketplace, which not only ensures clients are learning to fly aircraft the industry is utilizing on a daily basis, but also is the safest and most reliable. NEAA's facility at KBXM includes a spacious heated hangar, classroom space, and a private briefing room, which make for an optimal learning experience. So, come fly our 2021 Cirrus SR20 and experience the Cirrus life.
Welcome back. Ryan Palmer, Pat Dexler. Here at Central Maine Community College, 5-1 lead for the Mustangs softball team. We're going to take a look at Haley Fernald's triple.
As she gets a hold of the pitch and drives it right over the infield and just splits the gap in left center. And it's off to the races. As she drives in Olivia Gallen and standing on third. Leading off for the Wildcats, the center fielder, Emma Shirin.
It's going to bring up Shirin here in the top of the third. Avery Herrick's pitch, outside ball one.
Mustangs have scored in both innings. 5 runs on 6 hits.
The pitch, fouled back. Makes the count 1-1. Eric's 1-1. Up high for ball 2. Two one, swung out and missed for strike 2. Herrick's 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And Shireen is down by way of the K for the second straight time and the 6th strikeout for Herrick.
The second baseman, Taylor Suffolet.
Taylor Suffolet, who scored a run and had a triple in the first. In the right center gap. The pitch. Down low for ball 1. Inside corner for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 1 out here in the top of the third. Mustangs leading 5-1. It's going to be chopped up the middle, fielded by Scott. The throw to first base is not in time. And Suffolet's going to beat it out for the infield single.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera. Vera third in the USCAA in average with a .577 batting average.
Herrick's pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. Foul tip off the mask of Wormwood.
Definitely Bay Path as a team, the 2-8 record doesn't reflect some of the individual stats, as on deck Daisy Guzman leads the USCAA in batting average at .619.
Yo 2. Fouled straight back.
But as they say, it takes a team.
The 0-2 to Vera, down low for ball one. Thought that was a good miss there by Herrick. Close enough for it to be tempting. The 1-2. It's going to be pulled down the left field line, giving chase and just out of the reach of Sanford. And Vera has another life. To be popped shallow center field. Gallen comes in, makes a catch for the second out.
The pitcher, Daisy Guzman.
Herrick's pitch to Guzman's going to be down the third base line, just foul. The 0-1 swung on and missed, strike two. The 0-2 pitch swung on a miss for strike three. And Avery Herrick gets her seventh strikeout of the day. No runs on one hit, no errors, nobody, one left on base actually. After 2.5, it's 5-1 Mustangs.
Helping people is kind of ingrained into me. I am so glad that I chose to be here. It's a really great program.
The instructors are super helpful.
They really do set you up to be successful in the field.
The new hospital simulation lab here at CMCC is a great addition.
It's as close to replicating real life as you can get.
We did an IV lab.
With a mannequin, it's nice to get your toes wet before you jump into a clinical setting.
Deep breath.
CMCC is the best place to start nursing. It's challenging, but you are learning.
You have a smaller size classroom, smaller ratio to instructors.
It's affordable.
It really provided me relief that I'm not going to accrue a lot of debt.
I needed to set myself and my family up for success after.
I'm going to come out of this able to actually practice as an RN in the real field. It's a wonderful opportunity.
And we welcome you back here for the bottom of the third inning. Due up for the Mustangs, Emily Wormwood, Abby Furland, and Addison Herrick, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Mustangs taking a 5-1 lead here with 3 runs in the first and 2 runs in the second. Bay Path with a run early on in the first. Both teams committing 1 error in the field, as the Mustangs have been relatively picking up where they left off on Thursday. Leading off for your Mustangs, the catcher, Emily Wormwood.
Wormwood, who singled to left field in the first, I believe. The pitch. Chop left side. Had to go out there and give Abby Furlan a hard time for not swinging the bat last time up.
Struck out looking.
And according to her, I was not the only one giving her a hard time, so.
She did homer on Thursday, an inside the park home run in game 2 of the 26-0 rout.
0-1 pitch, outside ball one. The 1-1. Chop to the first baseman. Fielded by Morrison, and she tags first for the 3 unassisted.
The first baseman, Abby Furland. Furland and Wormwood are likely to switch positions to start game 2, as Coach Robertson sets his lineup to be quite adaptable for 2 7-inning games.
Ferland steps in. First pitch inside, ball 1.
Harrigan framed that pitch a little bit, wanted that call.
One-zero. She's going to bunt, but it's going to be back into the catcher's mitt for a foul ball. The 1-1 up high for ball 2.
Taking a look at our backstop camera.
Game ball just was thrown out. I'm assuming maybe one of the ones that hit off the fence and kind of created a scuff. The 2-1 to Ferland. Up high, ball 3. Abby will take the walk.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Addison Herrick takes the cake on the walk-up song. That's my favorite by far. She squares the bunt. Ferland is going to reach second base on the wild pitch.
I think a lot of people would agree with you, Ryan. Heat of the Moment by Asia, a good 1980s rock song.
Ferland's going to take third on another wild pitch. Herrick had squared around to bunt, but wisely pulled back. 2-0 the count here in the bottom of the third, 1 out. Mustangs lead 5-1. The 2-0. Up high for ball 3.
Mustangs scoring in all innings in both games on Thursday. They're looking to keep that streak alive here with a run 60 feet away.
3-0 pitch is called strike. Must have caught the inside corner. Three 1 to Herrick. Is bunted down the first baseline. It's a good one. And she's going to be out. In the back door comes Ferland with a 6th run. Bang, bang play at first base. But nonetheless, an RBI for Addison Herrick.
The right fielder, Maria Dusty.
2 outs here in the third. Dosty went down by way of the K last inning. Outside corner for strike 1. The 1-0. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Hope that was a 1-1, sorry. So 1-2 the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Mustangs lead 6-1. Guzman's pitch to Dusty. Just outside for ball 2.
Due up for the Wildcats in the top of the 4th will be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Henderson, Ivanchak, and Harrigan.
2-2, inside ball 3. Brings the count full. Three-two. Swung on and missed for strike 3. One run on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. After 3 complete, 6-1 Mustangs.
Hey everyone, Travis Mills, partner at CBU Benefits, coming to you today to explain a little bit more about the packages that we offer. Today I have Alex, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to cover critical illness, why it's so important for you to have it, what it means, and we're going to find a way to get you covered through CBU Benefits.
So one of our more innovative products that we have is our critical illness policy. Now for us it's called Active Care. It's a lump sum product from $5,000 all the way up to $100,000 for cancer, for heart issues. Really, it covers 28 critical illnesses. So we call this our Active Care product. So for just a few dollars a month, you can cover yourself for life's unexpected events of cancer, heart, the 28 critical illnesses, even going into diabetic amputation, Alzheimer's disease. So come over to CBU Benefits and get information about how you can protect yourselves for life unexpected events.
As we welcome you back here for the top of the 4th inning, due up, Allie Henderson, Brooke Ivanchak, and Jalen Harrigan. Leading off for the Wildcats, the left fielder, Allie Henderson.
Henderson steps in against Eric. First pitch inside for ball 1.
Mustangs now with an 11-inning streak scoring on the offensive side.
Pitch up in the zone, but swung on and missed. Evens the count at 1-1. Up high for ball 2. Swung on a miss for strike 2. 2-2 the count. Herrick looking for her 8th strikeout. Two outside corner for strike 3.
The third baseman, Brooke Ivanchak.
Strike 1 to Ivanchak, who walked in the 2nd.
Herrick with a little velocity on that last pitch.
Swung on a miss, quickly down 0-2. The 0-2, up high, out of the zone, but swung on a miss for strike 3. Strikeout number 9 for Avery Herrick.
The catcher, Jalen Harrigan. Definitely racking up the Ks today.
First pitch right down Broadway for strike 1. The 0-1. Fouled back, right side. Now the play.
Due up for the Mustangs in the bottom of the inning will be the 9-1-2 hitters, Sanfason, Gallen, and Fernald.
3 up, 3 down, all by way of the K for the Wildcats here in the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. After 3.5, 6-1 Mustangs.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena.
We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together.
That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Welcome back to sunny, windy, and cool Central Maine Community College. Softball action between the CM Mustangs and the Bay Path Wildcats. USCAA matchup. Has the Mustangs leading 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Mustangs will look to continue an 11-inning streak of scoring offensively. Leading off for your Mustangs, the left fielder, Emily Sanfason. Just at the 2 o'clock hour here.
Pitch to Sanfason, in there called strike. Sanfason with a single in the second. Oh, 1. Might have been fooled a little bit there, way out in front of that one for strike 2.
Definitely looked like a breaking pitch, maybe a changeup from Guzman.
The 0-2. Chopped down the third baseline. It's fair. Sanford's going to be on her way to second. She'll be in there with a stand-up double.
Back to the top of the lineup for your Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gillen.
Despite being 0 for 2 thus far for Gallen, she does have 2 runs scored and 4 stolen bases. She steps in here in the bottom of the fourth. Sampson on second. The pitch. Squared away, squared around. Pulled back, but called strike. The 0-1, outside ball one. The pitch. She squared around to bunt, pulled back, and swung away for a foul ball.
Sanfason was off on that pitch.
Coach Robertson trying to make things happen here in the fourth. The 1-2. She's going to beat that out. It's chopped to third and no chance. It's going to be dropped. And Sampson's going to keep going and she's going to score on the E3. It'll be a base hit for Gallen. But it appeared that Morrison came off the base to throw the ball back to the pitcher, and she lost the handle of it, and it trickled away, allowing Sanford's on to score.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald.
(7-1) your score. Mustangs lead here in the bottom of the fourth. Fernald steps to the plate, the fake bunt, and Gallen has stolen base number 5.
I think I'll take your bet now, Ryan, if she steals third.
It's a fake bunt, and Gallen is into third. Ooh, and they're going to call her safe. That was actually closer than I thought it was going to be. Kind of a high tag, though, on her back. Stolen base number 6. How,
1-1 the count now.
The stolen base leaders in the USCAA, how close is she to the top? After having 6 now. 1-1's driven deep to left field. It's going to be off the fence. I don't think it was over. I think it did go under it. She put her hand up because I'm pretty sure it hit the halfway up the fence and continued to go under. And they're going to give her 4. Ooh. I'm sure CM will take it, but they're going to converse here. I did not think it was over. But I've been wrong before.
The previous play is under review.
And they are going to give her 4. Wow. So it's a home run. Haley Fernald. I'd like to see that on a replay.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott.
But then again, there was no real argument from the left fielder, so maybe it was. Olivia Scott steps in. First pitch high for ball 1.
So we have what looks to be our first outside the park home run.
Although with that flimsy fence, that ball could have hit the top of the fence and kind of folded over. That is possible. I never gave that a thought.
With the yellow stripe on top of the fence, that means that's out of here.
2-0 to Scott, swung on and missed. A little too anxious there. Might have had ball 3. One pitch to Scott. Outside for ball 3. So Haley Fernald's a double away from the cycle. Fernald, rather, not Fernald. Olivia Scott out in front of that one. Full count here.
4 hitters have stepped to the plate so far this half inning, and Bay Path has yet to record an out.
3-2 pitch to Scott. Fouled left side. That one's going to be popped. Shallow center field, second baseman gives chase, and it's going to fall in for a base hit for Scott.
The pitcher, Avery Herrick.
We'll bring up Avery Herrick, who is 0 for 2, but does have an RBI. The pitch, squares to bunt. Scott's going to take second. The throw. Oh! And we have a collision. And she's getting back to her feet.
That was an elbow from Scott that hit the head of Suffolette.
Definitely wasn't anything intentional.
Athletic trainer Stephanie Clark out to check on Suffolette. She caught an elbow right on the side of the head and went down.
We'll take a look at that one on replay. That was it's good seeing her come to her feet, though, with Bay Path only having the 9 players. So we're not going to take a look at it.
Coach Stephen Smith out to check on Suffolette, and looks like she's going to be okay, and we're going to continue here. Definitely when you see something like that as a coach with 9 players only, you're panicking right there a little bit.
Well, I mean, that would put game 2 in jeopardy, because I do believe you can finish a game with 8, but you have to start with 9. So if that had been a significant injury, unfortunately, I don't think that I'd been able to play game 2. 1-0 to Herrick. Be a called strike. Evens the count at 1-1. 9-1 Mustangs here in the bottom of the 4th. One pitch. Herrick a little bit out in front of that one.
Change up from Guzman there. Still nobody out here in the inning.
Guzman's 1-2. It's going to be chopped third base side, and that was close. Herrick was not out of the box either. She didn't run on that. The 1-2 pitch. It's going to be fouled off again. One, two. It's going to be chopped to the shortstop. Shortstop throws to first. Has her by a step. And Olivia Scott's going to get over to third base. She had an awkward slide there into the base. I don't know if she hurt herself or not. So Avery Herrick will be retired on the 6-3 putout.
The catcher, Emily Wormwood. And you thought the first home run may have been Emily Wormwood to be the first one to hit one out, and then it was actually Haley Fernald.
Wormwood's called ball. 1-0 the count. The pitch. Up high for ball 2. Chop foul. 9-1 your score here in the bottom of the 4th. Mustangs lead. Highlighted by the 2-run homer by Haley Fernald. The 2-1 pitch to Wormwood. Up high, ball 3.
With the direction of the softball field, the wind's blowing right to left, which is making it a little interesting. It's actually giving the softballs a little bit of a boost.
The 3-1 down low for ball 4, and Wormwood will walk. That'll bring up Abby Ferlin.
The first baseman, Abby Ferlin.
Pitch to Furlan. Wormwood's going to take second. It's going to be thrown into center field. And Olivia Scott's going to come in from third base.
So stolen base for Wormwood. And Scott advances on the throw.
It'll be the 10th run for the Mustangs. As they score one more, and then they hold Bay Path in the top of the 5th, and that'll be the mercy rule. Pitch to Furlan, down low, ball 2. Two-0 pitch from Guzman. It's going to be hit the left side. It's going to find its way into left field. Wormwood is going to be held at third. And without hesitation, Abby Furlan's in with a double. Can Addison Herrick just bat every time?
Oh, actually, we're going to have a pinch hitter here.
So can we play that whole song? Oh, it is a pinch hitter.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Mustangs. Number 13, Michaela Gross. Coach Robertson always keeping the press box on our toes here. Gross is one of 2 left-handed hitters for the Mustangs.
So Gross steps in, second, third, 1 out. Inside ball 1. Outside to ball 2. Two-0 count. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 1.
On deck will be another pinch hitter, Julia Noel. And if we get to the 9 hitter, it will be the 3rd Mustang off the bench will be Emma Johnson.
Down low, ball 3. Full count here. It's Michaela Gross. Mustangs lead 10-1.
So Coach Robertson emptying his bench here.
3-1. Just missed for ball 4, and the bases will be loaded with Julia Noel.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Mustangs. Number 3, Julia Noel. We'll see what the defensive alignment looks like here in the top of the 5th coming up.
Pitch to Noel out of the strike zone. Ball 1. Swung on a hit to the right center gap. Center fielder is under it. It's caught by Shireen. And that's going to plate Wormwood. Going to be a sacrifice fly for Noel.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Mustangs. Number 8, Emma Johnson.
Emma Johnson will come in. Be first and third here in the bottom of the fourth. Mustangs lead 11-1. Ripped up the middle. It's going to get by the center fielder all the way to the fence, and it's going to get through. And Emma Johnson has a 2-out ground rule double and an RBI.
Back to the top of the lineup for the Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen.
12-1 your score. Pitch to Gallen. Outside ball one. The 1-0 down low for ball two.
Good stop by Harrigan back there on the pitch in the turf.
It's going to be back up the middle for a base hit. Gross is going to score, and stopped at third is Johnson. Maybe an RBI single for Gallen.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald.
So Haley Fernald comes up, who already has a home run in the inning.
Am I having almost a deja vu moment from Thursday?
Fake bunt, and Gallen's going to take second. The thing is, Gallen can only get one stolen base here. Unless it's a straight steal of home for Johnson, which I don't think we're going to see.
That'd be,
because if Gallen takes third, they both get credited with the stolen base.
That would be a very risky call here in the bottom of the fourth, up 12 runs with 2 outs.
The 1-0 hit to the shortstop, fielded by Vera over to first in time for the third out. 13-1 Mustangs after 4 complete. 3 outs here on top of the fifth, and they will win via the varsity rule. We'll be back.
Coaches know you can't win a game without proper planning and execution. Let Gosline Retirement Planning coach you into a confident retirement. Here at Gosline Retirement, we provide that proper planning and help you utilize a step-by-step approach on all facets of your retirement planning. We provide guidance on income planning, wealth management, understanding taxation, Medicare and long-term care, and legacy and estate planning. We pride ourselves on working hard for those.
And we're back here to start the top of the fifth inning. We're going to take a look at Haley Fernald's pitch that was ruled a home run. Is having a little technical difficulty here. But for the Mustangs, Addison Herrick will re-enter as the second baseman. Emma Johnson will come in to be the left fielder, and Julia Noel will be the right fielder. Leading off for the Wildcats, the first baseman, Ansley Morrison.
So Herrick looked to improve on her 10 strikeouts. First pitch outside corner called strike. The 0-1 at the knees called strike. Herrick's 0-2. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Good paint job there. As Morrison's down by way of the K.
The right fielder, Faith Ruggiero.
So bring up Ruggiero, who struck out in the second. Pitch down low, called ball.
After today's doubleheader, the Mustangs will hit the road.
Board the bus. Outside corner called strike.
They'll have two, what should be very competitive games down in Warwick, Rhode Island against the Community College of Rhode Island. 1 o'clock first pitch for game 1 down there tomorrow.
Pitch filed back. Brings the count to 1-2.
Unfortunately, no streaming coverage that we know of, or live stat coverage.
One, 2. Down low. Call ball. Evens the count at 2-2. We will have streaming coverage here, though, tomorrow. Unfortunately, I will not be able to broadcast those games.
That might be a little hard, Ryan. But
I'd be willing to do it with a wireless headset. That'd be cool.
But Rob Munzing and I will cover your baseball games tomorrow as you take on UNH, which should be 2 pretty decent games.
3-2 pitch. Be fouled off. Let's get a Facebook post from Mr. Ed Spencer, who was tuned in watching us this afternoon. Ed Spencer, a great, great guy. 3-2. It's going to be chopped to short. Scott makes a play. The throw over to Abby Ferlin. And that'll be the second out of the inning.
The center fielder, Emma Shireen. Bay Path mustering 1 run on 2 hits today.
This could do it. Shireen gets retired here. That'll be a 13-1 Mercy Rule victory for the Lady Mustangs. The pitch. Right down the middle for strike 1.
Any ideas on probable pitchers tomorrow, Coach Palmer?
No. I'll sleep on it. The 0-1. I'll tell you that Ren Trinidad's going to get a start in one of the games. Just not sure which one yet.
Caleb Valier and Hunter Warren teaming up for a very impressive game against Thomas on Wednesday, this past Wednesday.
The 1-1. It's going to be placed on the third base side, foul. I'd love to see Avery change her up here.
Pull the string, as Rob Munzing would say, executive producer.
The pitch. Nope, she came with a heat. It's going to be fouled back and out of play. The 1-2. Up high, called ball. Eric's 2-2. Fouled straight back again.
We'll take about 25 minutes or so, depending on umpire's discretion, between games.
Well, he said 25 minutes the other night, and I think it was 10. Although Mr. Gagne did purchase sandwiches for both teams, so that'll take a little bit of time. I don't think they did that the other night. The 2-2. Change up. Well, I think it was a change up. Could have been something different. For strike 3, and that'll do it in this one. 13-1, your final score. We'll take a break and come back for game 2 right here at Munzing Media.
We welcome you back here to the Turf Complex. We're at the softball end of the Turf Complex here at Central Maine Community College as Munson Media Sports teams up with our friends at Central Maine Community College to bring you live streaming. Today it's softball, game 2 of a doubleheader. We'll be going there shortly, see the coaches meeting there. Got a nice talk with Steve Smith when he saw us setting up our cameras and all that. They're looking to do that as well at their complex, and he had some questions. We tried to help him out. We've been with this a long time. I want to thank all the nice comments we got from the Wildcat fans who are watching here today about our coverage in Game 1, multi-camera coverage, and I want to thank baseball coach Ryan Palmer. He had practice this morning, came over after practice. He's headed home to spend some time with his family. Rob Munson stepping into the announcing chair as I'll continue along with my production duties. Mo's here in the camera, Patrick here helping us out, running the game management, as well as Bryce Cormier here in the press box as we bring you live action of Mustang Sports. Michaela Gross will be on the mound here in Game 2. As we said, looking at the comments, we had have a hard time responding to comments here, as there's only a few of us working the game. But we appreciate all the nice comments, and we're glad to be able to bring it to our Mustang fans who can't get to the game. And of course, all the away parents out in Western Massachusetts, or wherever they may be around the country and around the world. I checked on our stats from the last game that we did. That was Thursday softball, I believe, Patrick, and we had 25 states and 4 countries where people were watching us bring you these games. And so when we say we have a worldwide audience, we truly do. 5-inning game in the first game is the Mustangs have been on quite a run here, Patrick. You were keeping track of the consecutive run innings. I think that remains an active stat for us here as we head into Game 2.
Yes, Rob, with scoring in four innings for both games on Thursday against Northern Vermont Johnson and the 4 innings in Game 1, that now brings us the consecutive streak to 12, and in the bottom of the first, the Mustangs will look to build on that. And speaking of building on stats, one stat is Olivia Gallen will be looking to build on her now 18 stolen bases this season. Leading off for the Wildcats, the pitcher, Emma Shireen.
So Shireen will step in. Gross set to go. And want to get out wide. We'll probably do a lot less camera switching in this game than we did in the first game, as I'm also doing the play-by-play along with the production here. I want to keep it simple. As you see, I just missed the first pitch. So a run-up, and Shireen will take it down low 2-0. So be patient with me as I catch up on the count as well. 2-0 the count.
3-0 now. Gross pitching a little low to start.
One thing I neglected to do, Patrick, was to reset the scoreboard. So it is the Mustangs don't always already have 13. It's nothing with the first batter of the inning. So here we go. We got everything set to go, and the spaceship is ready to fly.
That would be a little bit of a handicap there, Rob.
Home field advantage. So Shireen will lead off with a walk.
The catcher, Taylor Suffoletto.
Taylor Suffoletto, the catcher in Game 2. With Shireen down at first base. Strike 1.
Temperature now up to 46 degrees here at 3 o'clock.
We're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. 1-1.
The wind chill has probably dropped it down to about 26.
Well, the wind is diminishing as the day goes on. When we showed up here to get set up at a little after 10 o'clock, it was cold and very windy. To right field. That'll be in. May score a run. And it will. So good start for the Wildcats. They met with Coach Smith after the game. He huddled them up, and you can see that it's already paid off.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera.
Although Bay Path scored early in the first game, runner at second. Nobody out.
Gross struggling here early, trying to find her rhythm.
Pop back and no play.
The number 3 pitcher on the Mustangs staff.
Well, it's been a busy stretch. 2 games on Thursday, 2 today and 2 tomorrow, so you've got to use them all. Girls got the sign. Fake bunt up high. Even at 2-2, nobody out. Top half of the first inning. Wildcats have 1 in, but the runner at second base, Cefaletto. The pitch, and call strike 3.
Big strikeout there to start, getting out there early. The center fielder, Daisy Guzman.
Guzman will step in, playing center field here in game 2. He's got a runner at second base to pick up. She'll take a strike.
Guzman from Maricopa, Arizona. Was the pitcher, took the loss in game 1.
Tyson Bunt fouls it back.
Have some Mustang stats to talk about in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, they've been scoring runs, getting it done. Trail early in this one. That's the Wildcats have bounced back early here in this one. Got a run in. They've got a run in scoring position. They've got 1 out. Gross got the sign. Gonna be down low. One and 2. Goes to the wristband. Does Michaela get the sign? And gonna fire in for strike 3. So 2 outs now.
The left fielder, Allie Henderson.
So Henderson will step in, playing left field. She played left field in the first game as well, did Allie Henderson. Right on the corner. You saw that from our... We have a little Mevo camera stuck in the backstop there to give you this view. It pokes through. It's a really cute little thing. It pokes through the holes in the fence. Down low. 1-1.
Gross.
Michaela Gross works fast, doesn't she, Patrick?
Absolutely, almost as fast as Avery Herrick in game 1, but Gross is now finding the strike zone.
And being there, poured it in there.
Not as hard of a pitcher in terms of velocity, but when she locates, she can definitely do damage.
1 and 2. Gross in the rock and fire down low. Dugout below us, chattering up. Now up high, now we're filled.
Gross trying to get Henderson to chase there.
Yeah, Henderson with some good plate discipline. Not enticed to chase. Pop that up right side, down the line. We'll lose it as it goes down there a little bit.
That one just made it over the fence. A fan threw it back in.
Good shot of Michaela there's. In the circle is she, the southpaw. Another foul off the right side. Allie Henderson staying alive.
A similar look in the infield for the Mustangs for game 2. an exact carbon copy of the starting outfield for Game 1. Just one switch between Emily Wormwood and Abby Furland. Wormwood moves to first after catching Game 1.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard practice, isn't it? Abby and Emily will switch. One catches one game, one catches the other. So it's a lot to ask to catch 2 games. So it works out well that they have 2 really good catchers that they can do that. Not a lot of teams have that luxury. Girls got the sign. We're full. The foul back. Anderson putting up a battle royale.
A notable game sitting on the bench to start for Game 2 is Avery Herrick. Avery going the distance in Game 1 and with 12 strikeouts.
Yeah, likely going to be in the circle again tomorrow. And then you see swing down low, throw to first, and that will do it. So we played 1 here. 1/2 inning. Wildcats come up with the run. They lead it 1-0. We'll take a quick break. Let's visit the national champion basketball team as they entered the Kirk Hall Gymnasium to be recognized by the surrounding student body here just recently in an award ceremony that they had. And we're back here, giving you a look from the behind the backstop. So Patrick, you said you had some stats?
With 7 bases in Game 1, 7 stolen bases, excuse me, Olivia Gallen moves to second in the USCAA in stolen bases, and with 12 strikeouts in Game 1, Avery Herrick moves to the top of the USCAA. So definitely some potential All-American candidates. Leading off for the Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen. So the past 3 games, and now this will be the 4th game that the Mustangs have definitely been padding the stats.
Poured in for strike 1. Sharon's got the sign there. Saw her warm up. She was throwing strikes warming up. Popped back away. No play. So 1-2, you'd really like to keep her off base. Olivia, as Patrick just told you, she's been on the gallop here. You walk in, it's like walking to a triple. Fouled off.
I mean, it's not very often you'll see somebody steal 7 bases in one game. That's kind of like almost saying, here, take the base. We're not going to try because we may make an error.
Oh, she can motor. Down the right field line, and that'll drop in for a base hit. So leadoff batter on.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Addison Herrick will step in. Addison, left-handed batter, always a threat to bunt. They like to do a little bunt and run or run and bunt, and maybe even fake the bunt, try to get Gallen a chance to get down to second base.
And she's off on the pitch.
And that's what they'll do, and no throw. And third base was unoccupied. And
well, she's now at 21, and from what we can tell, 3 off the lead in the league.
pitch was ball 1. Started the third, now scampers back when the throw was made. That was a good-looking throw. Cefaletto got rid of it quickly and down to third. And Gallon had to scramble back. 2 balls. Bunted foul.
I have to take a deeper look here if I get a chance and see what the stolen base percentage is for Gallon.
Well, has she been thrown out?
That would be the $64 question.
2-1. Gallon at second in scoring position. Herrick. It goes to throw to third, and she's going to be in safely at third.
And that will make her 22nd stolen base.
We started calling her Roadrunner last game. Beep, beep. Give her a little nickname. 60 feet away. Herrick. And she'll take ball 4. So first and third situation now, right out of the gate for the Mustangs. And Herrick runs well too, Patrick, so you got to think there'll be something on here. First and third.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott.
Olivia Scott, Olivia's been pounding the ball. Number 3 batter here. She wants to fake bunt. Throw will go to second. They'll go down through. They'll get her at second base. But you saw on the back end, Mo gave you a look at that, as Gallon came in. So they sacrificed the out for the run. Clear the bases. The pitch was a strike. Now Scott will be up there to hit. Take up high.
So that will be a 2-4 caught stealing for Addison Herrick, and Gallon will score on the throw. So won't go in as another stolen base, but the Mustangs do tie it.
Popped up and away. Cefaletto took a look at it, but no way to get anything and not a lot of room. Thank you all for watching today. Very busy Saturday, the weekend, and lots of things going on, but we thank you for joining us in here for these games. Hope you're enjoying our multi-camera production that's going to be up in low. We had hoped to put our center field camera up today, except the wind was blowing about 60 miles an hour. No, gusting about 40, I would say, when I got here this morning, about 9:45. Down low. So we opted, discretion being the better part of valor, not to put the unmanned center field camera up there, because it just it's got to sit up in the air on a platform that's less than ideal. So we'll wait for a calm day, use that center field camera. So we plugged a little Mevo into the backstop here to give you this view you're seeing right now. Gives you a little bit, fouled off left side, a little bit of the strike zone.
I would say we may have a chance next Saturday against Northeastern University, but I don't want to jinx it yet. We're still a week out.
Well, we are amazingly 100% in all games played here. We started, what was the first game we did? Last Saturday, March 23rd. And we played games right straight through from March 23rd to today. That's going to be fouled off again by Scott. She hangs tough. So far, so good on the season. Of course, the turf field helps 100%. It rained hard yesterday into last night, but as soon as the skies shut off, you're almost ready to play the way this thing drains. It's amazing stuff, and particularly up here in the Northeast where you're trying to get games in March and April. Ground ball, shortstop. Rera up with it over to first base. And good play there, 2 outs. So Scott's out.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald.
Haley Fernald smacked a homer in the first game.
Made history as the first Mustang to hit an outside the park home run, baseball or softball.
In for a strike. Well, that's fantastic.
Definitely congratulations in order.
That's going to be driven on the line to center, but right in the tracks. Guzman puts it away for the third out of the inning. But the Mustangs come back. Gallen will score on the back end of a throw him out steal at second base, but she'll come in to score, and we'll be tied at 1. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll have more softball after this.
When I'm on the road speaking, I'm able to have sidebar conversations with everybody that wants to come talk to me. And I hear about their family and loved ones that are going through maybe cancer, maybe a critical illness, maybe something, being disabled from a job and not having the coverage that they need because their healthcare just didn't cover it.
I ask that you would allow one of our experienced representatives to come into your business so that we are able to educate you on the value of these very, very important products.
And
we are back. Patrick doing a little research here on some of the stats. See Michaela going through her warm-ups. Michaela Gross, the southpaw on the mound, in the circle. In a 1-1 game. Move to the top half of the second inning. First game went quickly, about an hour and a half. It was a shortened 5-inning game.
Leading off for the Wildcats, the third baseman, Brooke Ivanchak.
Ivanchak will come in, the third baseman. Short bench for Bay Path, so these kids position changes in the second game, but they all got into action. Be down low. Ball 1. Gross fires ball 2. 2-0. Ivanchak, as we said, the third baseman. She'll take ball 3. So Gross working quickly, but release point not quite there yet. She'll step off, take a little time here, try to compose herself here. At the top of the strike zone, strike 1.
1 run on 1 hit for both teams so far. And the Mustangs continue their scoring streak.
Strike 2. Michaela Gross fighting back here. She's got it 3-2. Got the sign. Rears and fires, so 3 straight balls, 3 straight strikes. And so it goes.
That's definitely a way to battle back there. The right fielder, Jalen Harrigan.
Beautiful sunlit skies here. Temperature up to 46 degrees. Good day to play for early April. Poured in for strike 1.
I was actually looking around at work yesterday, Rob, trying to see if anybody would pull an April Fool's prank on me. Luckily, I didn't get any. At least none that I know of.
Yeah, the greatest one that in my lifetime is celebrating an anniversary. It's a Sports Illustrated Sid Finch article by George Plimpton. Look that up if you want to find the quintessential prank on April Fools. George Plimpton, a great writer. Three and 1. Wrote a book called Paper Lion back in the 60s about playing with the Detroit Lions during the preseason. Actually got into a game.
the first baseman, Ansley Morrison.
So Morrison will step in with the runner at first. She's the first baseman. Down to third. The bunt is going to be well placed, and the runners will both be safe. So well executed there by the Wildcats. So with one out, they'll have runners at first and second.
The second baseman, Faith Ruggiero. Morrison, the only left-handed hitter and thrower for the Wildcats, as she executed that bunt just about perfect.
So Ruggiero up. She wants the bunt, fouls it back.
Ruggiero, the 9-hitter. Mustangs will see the top of the lineup unless they turn a double play here.
I think Faith had family watching. We welcome them into our live streaming. This game will be available immediately afterwards as well, for the kids can actually watch it on the bus ride home. It'll be immediately available, ready to watch.
Best in the business. Can't get much better than that. Corner infielders in for the Mustangs. Second baseman Herrick playing deep.
Take a strike called.
Shortstop Scott moving towards third base, covering third on the bunt.
1 and 2.
Outfield playing normal depth.
Right back. Take the sure out at first base. Will Gross. She might have had a chance at one of the lead runners, but elected to go right to first base. Got the out.
Back to the top of the lineup for the Wildcats. The pitcher, Emma Sheeran.
So Sheeran will come up. Emma's second at bat of the game, so they've rolled the order over here into the second inning, so that's always a good sign. 2 runners in scoring position here with 2 outs. That's going to be popped to short and put away by Scott, and that'll end the threat. So no runs in the second inning, and the Mustangs in a 1-1 game. They'll come up to bat in the second inning, and we'll come back for that second inning. We come back after these messages.
The New England Aviation Academy is Maine's only official service training center and service training partner. NEAA is strategically located at the Brunswick Executive Airport in beautiful Brunswick, Maine, which is on the Atlantic coast and only an hour to the mountains in the western part of the state. The aircraft used by NEAA to train our students and rent to current pilots are all technically advanced airplanes, have the Cirrus airframe parachute system, and are the newest model generation. We train in the best equipment in the marketplace, which not only ensures clients are learning to fly aircraft the industry is utilizing on a daily basis, but also is the safest and most reliable. NEAA's facility at KBXM includes a spacious heated hangar, classroom space, and a private briefing room, which make for an optimal learning experience. So, come fly our 2021 Cirrus SR20 and experience the Cirrus life.
We are back here live at the softball end of the turf complex here at Central Maine Community College. Rob Munzing, Patrick Dexler with us.
Leading off for the Mustangs, the first baseman, Emily Wormwood.
Mo and Bryce are up here in the press box working as well. Wormwood, she's a threat to go deep.
I was talking with Coach Daryl Fernald, in between games, and we both thought she would have been the first one to hit the first outside the park home run.
Well, she hit several last year that would have been over any fence that is put up at any softball field in America. And pop to the pitcher. Sharon does the work herself.
The catcher, Abby Furland.
Just want to let folks know Patrick also does the PA here for the fans that are watching the game. That's why you hear him also with us and also as he announces out over the PA. Sometimes that's a little confusing. It sounds a little weird, but that's what that's all about. Pop to center field.
That will
And
drop.
it'll drop in. So Fernald will get herself a base hit.
The pitcher, Michaela Gross.
So Michaela Gross, chance to help herself with one out. Sharon looks in, she's got her sign. Gross will take down low. Ball one.
Gross, the first year from Farmington, Maine, Mount Blue High School.
On Blue Cougars. It's going to be fouled down the first baseline foul. 1-1. See left side defensive alignment, short and third. That's now a low ball. Baseball tomorrow for us, 12-2, right, Patrick, on those two games tomorrow?
Yep, it's part
Beat
of
UNH.
the UNH Wildcats. A little coincidence there.
Popped up third base side, up and over the dugout. Yeah, UNH, back in the days, goes way back in the days, I guess I should add, when I was up at the University of Maine playing ball. We used to play UNH. They were our big rival in baseball. They gave up the baseball program back in the late 90s, 1997. Ball low. So now they have a club team. NECBA, right, Tamal?
Yes.
National.
New England Club Baseball
Is that what it is?
Association.
Yeah, New England Club Baseball Association.
They were not a fall member.
Goes to center field.
Guzman with the catch.
So Guzman got that one. She moved in a little bit from last time. The wind's blowing out, so those center fielders have been playing a little deep as they needed to today. So 2 outs.
The right fielder, Maria Dosty.
So Dosty will come up. Maria Dosty, the right fielder. Fernald at first. That's going to be lined into right field for a base hit. Abby around second, on her way to third. She'll get there. Good little fake. Now throw back to first. Dropped. They had a shot at it, but ball just got away from Morrison at first base. So runners at the corners now.
The left fielder, Emily Sanfasson.
So Emily Sansafon will come up and chance to do some damage with 2 outs. Emily looking for a little 2-out magic. Fakes the bunt, pulls it back so the runner can go. Now we're going to get a little rundown. The run will come in. It's scored. There's the tag out. But the run crossed the plate. You'll count the run. And a little thievery results in a run here by the Mustangs. Gave up the out to get the run. That was a good job, good work by the Mustangs to execute that one smartly. So they get the run. They go up 2-1. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Good one here in game 2. Stay with us for more softball when we come back after this.
Hey everyone, Travis Mills, partner at CBU Benefits, coming to you today to explain a little bit more about the packages that we offer. Today I have Alex, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to cover critical illness, why it's so important for you to have it, what it means, and we're going to find a way to get you covered through CBU Benefits.
So one of our more innovative products that we have is our critical illness policy. Now for us it's called Active Care. It's a lump sum product from $5,000 all the way up to $100,000 for cancer, for heart issues. Really, it covers 28 critical illnesses. So we call this our Active Care product. So for just a few dollars a month, you can cover yourself for life's unexpected events of cancer, heart, the 28 critical illnesses, even going into diabetic amputation, Alzheimer's disease. So come over to CBU Benefits and get information about how you can protect yourselves for life unexpected events.
We're back. Rob Munsing, Patrick Dexler, trying to find something to plug my device into as I'm running out of power. Mo's helping me out with the gaggle of wires that we have up here. I should take a picture of this, show everybody. Actually, this one will
Leading off for the Wildcats,
put away.
the catcher, Taylor Suffoletto.
So it'll be Suffoletto, the catcher. Taylor catching game 2. That's what happens when we try to get too tricky here and forget where we are.
First pitch low, count 1-0. 2-0 now.
2-0.
Gross seems to have trouble finding her rhythm, but once she finds it in the middle of the inning, that's how she gets the outs.
Well, we saw her go 3-0 and come back and register the strikeout, so. That's up high.
On another positive note, the Mustangs do continue their scoring
Yeah,
streak.
there you go. Patrick's in charge of that.
Now at 14 innings, I think we need to get a counter up here, potentially.
And ball 4. So there's the walk. Suffoletto goes down to first base.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera. More than likely, I think against CCRI tomorrow down in Rhode Island, that streak will probably come to an end. But we can say the streak's still alive at home.
Strike throw to first base. Back. So again, we just asked for your patience on the graphics and the scoreboard and all that stuff, and doing play-by-play and production and all of that. Sometimes I get sidetracked. There's room back there, and there's the catch by Abby Fernald. So good job by Abby. Get the mask off. Saw the ball. Threw the mask away, and that ball will always come back towards
The center fielder, Daisy
the field.
Guzman. As a pitcher, you like some of those outs where not low risk and just execution of the defense.
In the top of the third inning. Throw to first. Suffoletto gets back in safely. One and two. One out. Just down low. One out. Runner at first. Foul back. Count will stay 2-2. Wind still gusting. You can probably hear it. Grows into the delivery up high.
Decent crowd. I went down in between games and had about a good 25, 30 people
Yeah,
here.
braving the elements, the loyal fans. Up high and she held, so.
The left fielder, Allie Henderson.
So it'll be Allie Henderson, her second plate appearance. Ball down low. 2-1 game. Mustangs up, popped up and over the press box, right over our heads. 1-1. Girls got the sign into the rock and fire. Fouled off right in front. One and two. Henderson's going to launch one into the gap in right center field. That's going to score 1, maybe 2 runs. It stays in play, so probably going to score 2 runs. So a 2-run double for Henderson. And the Wildcats have gone ahead in this one, 3-2.
The third baseman, Brooke Ivanchek.
Bring up Ivanchek.
Definitely not what the Mustangs wanted there.
Ivanchek takes ball 1. Poured in for a strike, 1-1.
A potential move Coach Robertson could make would be bringing Olivia Scott into pitch and Avery Herrick off the bench.
That's up the middle. Henderson had a hold at second, or she would have run into the ball. She had let that one clear, so she's no threat to score. But base hit, back-to-back hits.
The right fielder, Jalen Harrigan. And we'll have a conference at the mound here, Rob, or circle.
Yeah. Abby out to talk to Michaela. She wants to talk to everybody now, make sure everybody's on the same page. And see her coming back in to take her spot behind home plate.
Jalen Harrigan, the right fielder, is up.
So Harrigan take ball 1.
Corners just in front of the bases. Olivia Scott almost even with second. Addie Herrick playing deep.
That's up high. 2-0.
Outfield playing normal depth.
So 3-2. Runners at the corners. Let's get everybody where they belong. Top down to first base. Nice hustle over there. Coming in behind was Herrick. She did a nice job of hustling over. Run scores.
The first baseman, Ansley Morrison.
So get the score updated for you. Make that right.
4 runs on 4 hits now for Bay Path. 3 runs this inning. Mustangs 2 runs on 3 hits. Arnold moves in on the bunt attempt. Scott moves over to cover third. Corner infielder's in.
So a good rally here by the Wildcats. They're going to bunt here down the third baseline. Slap down there. Throw comes into the plate a little bit late. Another run in for the Wildcats. They make it 5-2.
The second baseman, Faith Ruggiero. This is definitely uncharted territory, at least the past few games.
It's still just 1 out?
2 outs.
2 outs. We'll make that change. Gross trying to get out of the inning without any further damage.
Big 4-run inning here. It's not something you want if you're a Mustang.
Well, The Mustangs are going to come back in this one. We're going to have ourselves a high-scoring game. Call strike. Sharon's done a good job on the mound so far here, limiting the Mustangs to just 2 runs. Popped up and out of play. Fouled off. Stays 1-2. Two outs, runner at second base for the Wildcats. 4 in here in the top half of the 3rd inning. It's going to be ground to 3rd. Up and over to Wormwood at first. And that will do it, but damage done. 4 runs. And as we said, the Wildcats up now, 5-2. Mustangs looking to get the rally caps on. We'll see what they come up with here when we come back after this.
Helping people is kind of ingrained into me. I am so glad that I chose to be here. It's a really great program.
Primary downs in the heart.
The instructors are super helpful.
They really do set you up to be successful in the field.
The new hospital simulation lab here at CMCC is a great addition.
It's as close to replicating real life as you can get.
We did an IV lab.
With a mannequin, it's nice to get your toes wet before you jump into a clinical setting.
Deep breath. CMCC is the best place to start nursing. It's challenging, but you are learning.
You have a smaller size classroom, smaller ratio to instructors.
It's affordable.
It really provided me relief that I'm not going to accrue a lot of debt.
I needed to set myself and my family up for success after.
I'm going to come out of this able to actually practice as an RN in the real field. It's a wonderful opportunity.
Changes here.
Well, the Mustangs with some work to do. They haven't been in this situation very often, Patrick. Down 5-2 as we move to the bottom half of the 3rd inning.
Well, they definitely have a good hitter coming up here. They got the 9-1-2. Leading off for your Mustangs, the left fielder, Emily Sanfason. So Sanfason will lead it off. But on deck will be the ever-dangerous Olivia Gallen.
Call strike to first pitch of the inning. Emily looking to get on, set the table, so to speak, here. And she'll drive on to center field. And catch made out there in center.
Back to the top of the lineup for the Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen.
So 1 out. Just what you want. If you're the Wildcats, after you put a 4 spot up, get that first out. Top of the order, Gallen up. She's going to drive on right back. Hello. That was a shot.
That is a look what I found. Merry Christmas, Happy Easter.
You have some celebration going on out there. Sharon.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Threw it in, it came back twice as fast.
And you keep Gallen off the bases. That has been a challenge for opposing teams past few days.
You just react out there, and the kids wearing the face protection is smart, particularly the pitchers, and see a lot of the infielders also. It's a personal preference kind of thing. It's nothing that's regulated. 2 outs, nobody on. Haven't said that too often. Herrick's up. The left hand will take down. Ball 3. I don't think the Mustangs will stop running, Patrick, even down 5-2. That's part of their game.
Yep. But the big key is for them to get on base. Herrick walked her first time, and
She's heading the count here, 3-1.
that almost looked like ball 4 there.
And that is. So with 2 out, base runner here for the Mustangs.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott.
Bring up Olivia Scott. Olivia with good power. Good gap power for Olivia. The outfield moving back as they should.
Left fielder playing very deep. Henderson.
And that's going to be dropped into left field for a base hit. Eric up and around into third with a slide and double. So little 2 out magic happening here for the Mustangs as they'll have runners at second and third. So they got 2 runs that they can potentially get back here.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald. Fernald with what was ruled a over-the-fence home run in Game 1.
Yeah, and it's just really warming up here. He always had a good couple of days at the plate. She'll take in strike 1.
She represents the tying run.
He'll leave the third baseman. Going to pick up these 2 runs.
One of 2 Mustangs that will be graduating in May. The other being right fielder Maria Dosty.
Look from behind the backstop here. That's foul back. Every time one goes back like that, Patrick, I'm hoping it doesn't hit our little camera in the fence.
That is a camera view you don't see very often in many places, whether it be baseball or softball.
That's up high.
And it definitely gives you that different point of view.
Yeah, sometime what we ought to do is take a few pictures of that installation, Patrick, and show the fans at home how that camera goes in with the clip that sturdies it right to the fence. Even if the fence gets hit, it doesn't move the camera. It's really kind of unique down low.
Suffoletto keeping that in front of her, preventing a possible run, scoring on a wild pitch.
That's going to be into left field for a base hit. That'll score 2. Fernald around first. She'll go into second base with the slide and the double. So back-to-back doubles. A little 2-out magic here for the Mustangs. They pick up 2. As Scott came in, as well as Herrick.
The first baseman, Emily Wormwood.
This brings up Wormwood with a runner at second base.
And the Mustangs keep their scoring streak alive.
Emily take ball 1.
And at the same time, cut the deficit to 1.
I think we got all our stuff caught up. Wormwood trying to get the hit. Will tie it. She's going to launch into left field. High sky up there and hard to see. You could see that right out of the get-go that they were having some trouble with it. Henderson, no clouds in the sky, a high, bright sky, and she didn't see that well off the bat.
And Wormwood will be credited with a double there.
Yeah, you can't give an error on a ball up there in the sun like that. So, and that'll tie the game.
The catcher, Abby Furland.
So 3 consecutive doubles, Patrick, have got the Mustangs tied up here. 5-5 after 2 outs.
Well, you flip the 5s on the scoreboard and it's crazy 2s.
That's going to be grounded to short. Rara up with it and bang bang at first base, but Mustangs rally up. They come back. We're tied as we move to the top half of the 4th inning when we come back to Central Maine Community College. More softball after this.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
What's the grand opening for our esports arena?
We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together.
That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
One of the great programs here at Central Maine Community College, the esports program. You can not only compete, but you can also have a major in esports management here at the college. One of the great many programs here.
Leading off for the Wildcats, the pitcher, Emma Sheeran.
Otina Manfredi saying, love the play-by-play in live, watching from Arizona. Fantastic.
Glad you're enjoying.
Vincent also. Ball's down and in, ball one.
Lefty on lefty matchup here. See if there's a similar representation like baseball. And it's different at the college level, I would say, compared to what you see on TV in major and minor leagues.
Oh, for sure.
Where lefty on lefty is something that you don't like.
Two and one now. Both teams with big third innings. Wildcats got 4, Mustangs got 3. Herrick over to Wormwood for the out.
The catcher, Taylor Suffoletto. Definitely good to get an out there for Gross.
Seeing the shadows start to creep out onto the field. If it was 10 degrees warmer, it would be an outstanding day. But we're living with it. What's this? April 2nd, so 46 degrees. We're playing ball here in Maine. We're loving it. It's going to be flied to center field. Gallen went back, tracked it. Ball carrying that way, Patrick, out towards center field as the flags are whipping straight out. Although the wind has calmed down from this morning. We had guessed over 30 miles an hour.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera.
Maddie Vera will step in.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a change. I think it's going north-northwest. It was northwest to start.
In for a strike.
Could also be blowing a little bit east now.
Swing and a miss. Gross down the left field line, and that's a fair ball. Into second base, she'll go. We gave a good view of that down the line. We stayed with the behind the plate camera there, and you saw it go shoot down that third baseline for a base hit.
The center fielder, Daisy Guzman.
Guzman will step in, center fielder with 2 outs.
I'd like to take another look at that, Rob. I'm not sure that was on the right side of the line.
We'll take a look if we can. In for a strike. 5-5. A good one here in game 2. Mustangs won the first one in 5 innings. Swing and a miss. Gross trying to strand that runner at second base. Michaela Gross checks her wristband into the rock and fire. And that will do it. So, they strand the runner at second. The 2-out double doesn't hurt the Mustangs. And they get a shutdown inning from Gross. So, yeah, let's stay with this, Patrick. Let me see what I can do with this replay. Got a little time to do it.
I mean, no harm, no foul, but I'm curious, just from the naked eye, as that was happening live, that definitely looked a little foul.
Ooh. Okay. Let me slow it way down. We get blocked just a little bit, but we'll give you a look at it. We can zoom in on it a little bit, I think, and let's see what it looks like here for us. What do you think? Over the bag fair? I think it was.
Oh, it was definitely a game of inches there, and that's where the umpire probably had a better view.
And we can look at it again. Let's vote at home. Okay, here we go again. Well, it's lucky we stayed with that view down the line. It gave us the best look. What do you think at home? Let us know.
Leading off for the Mustangs, the pitcher, Michaela Gross.
That's a bang-bang play for the umpire to make. And a lot of times as a former umpire, Patrick, I'll tell you, the batter's in the way, the catcher's in the way. And it'll be ball one. Bottom half of the fourth inning. And a tie game, 5-5. It's been a really good game. And base hit to right field.
And it looks like we'll have a pinch hitter here, Rob. Just trying to... Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Mustangs. Number 1, Avery Herrick.
So Avery off the bench, as we saw Avery pitched in game 1. So Michaela Gross helped herself out as she singled to open up the bottom half of the fourth inning in a 5-5 game. People are voting online. Everybody's going fair. I agree, fair. Isn't that great to be able to rewatch that, folks, huh? We had the perfect camera angle. That little backstop camera we had gave you a nice view of it. Enjoying that. Hope you're enjoying all our innovations that we try to bring here to Central Maine Community College Athletic Streaming. I'll tell you a little funny story about that camera angle that we got on that hit, though, in a second. Strike called. I need a little more time to tell the story. I'm a little long-winded in case you hadn't noticed. Sharon popped up first base side and doing a good job. Ainsley Morrison had to do a little jitterbugging around. Gross at first base to make the catch. And I'm sorry I didn't switch the camera on that, and that's what I was going to tell you. Normally,
the left fielder, Emily Sanfason.
As soon as the ball's hit, I switched to our cover camera, which is this camera right here. This is the camera we can move to follow the ball. Like we are now to right field. And falls in, base hit, and runners will move up a station. So Emily at first base. So on that drive down the left field line that we were judging fair or foul, because I'm doing play-by-play and trying to keep the scoreboard up to date and a myriad of other things because we had to send one of our crew members home sick today, I didn't switch the camera, and it gave us a good replay. So sometimes you're good, sometimes you're lucky. But as I used to tell all the teams I coached over the years,
The center fielder, Olivia Gallen.
we're much better off being good and lucky.
And we're going to have a
Pinch runner coming in.
Your attention, please. Pinch running at second base. Number 3, Julia Noel.
So Noel goes into second base to pinch run.
So that will more than likely mean we have a new pitcher to start the 5th inning.
Yeah, and let's get everything up to date on the scoreboard. We've got runners at first and second. Outs, Patrick? One out. No count on the batter.
5-5 game.
And a 5-5 game.
Mustangs out hitting the Wildcats 8-6.
And top of the order up, Olivia Gallen out. She'll take down low, ball 1.
I think the Wildcats will take what they call in baseball, just pitch around or pitch outside. Not necessarily give Gallen anything to hit. See if she'll chase.
Yeah, she's pretty disciplined up there, though, is Olivia. Good all-around ball player, can do it all. Multi-tool player, ground ball to short. Double clutch, but the throw to second base will get the force out in the middle. Runners at the corners now, but 2 outs. So you got to think that Gallen will be off. They'll probably take a pitch, get her into scoring position. Well, the
second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Pinch runner down at third base, so Wildcats trying to get out of this one. They've got 2 outs now. It goes Gallen, they won't even throw it. So she'll move up a base.
That will give Gallen her 23rd stolen base. 1 off the league lead.
So 2 runners out there, ducks on the pond. Strike poured in. 1-1.
It's not often, even you see in a doubleheader, Rob, that one person can get 10, count it, 10 stolen bases.
That means you're going to be on base a lot. Herrick will swing and miss.
Gallen dancing off second, maybe trying to get a throw down.
Yeah, nothing going to happen there. They'll just let her. She'll be dancing by herself, that's for sure. They don't want to spend any time with her with 2 outs. And base hit, big base hit for Herrick. She's going to drive in 2 runs here. So Herrick, a big 2-out single, knocks in 2. So Addison Herrick came through, got the top hand over, drove the ball into right field for a 2-run single.
The shortstop, Olivia Scott. Definitely clutch hitting right there, Rob.
Makes it 7-5. Popped up, left side. Going to be on the dugout and up and over.
I'm not fixing that dent in the roof.
So good 2-strike hitting by Herrick. She's at first, and she can run. We'll see if she's a threat to take off here with 2 outs. Try to squeeze another run out of this inning.
And if I'm not mistaken, as you just saw that softball come back into play, that is Mustangs baseball center fielder Jimmy Reed. Got out of his truck and picked up the ball, threw it back in.
I hear him. I don't see him. I hear the truck. That's up high and to the backstop, and Herrick will go to second base. So another runner in scoring position.
And make that 16 straight innings the Mustangs have scored offensively.
1-1 the count. Popped up. Left side. Another one that got up in the sun. Wasn't able to be handled over there by Ivanchuk. So the inning stays alive. Herrick did a good job of, normally you're off on contact with 2 outs.
Haley Fernald.
But she held because she probably would have run into an out there at third base. So that was a good job. So see if the Mustangs can make this hurt a little bit here. The error with 2 outs. Haley will take up high ball one.
I actually had scored that a base hit. But
Did you? Yeah, it was a tough sun ball. As we said, the sun right up and over coming down through with a high, what we call a high sky.
I think I'm going to change that to an error.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, the elevation of the ball and the sun angle don't quite catch all of that here in the press box. So
Now, we haven't made in the press box. Patrick, Mo, and I, Bryce, we're out of the elements.
not too many programs that we play that can say they have the resources that we do here, and I would say we're quite thankful.
Absolutely, for sure. And Rob's gone a little soft in his old age. I brought a little heater in that I'm running on my knees. I figured almost 70 years old, you know, having played multiple sports all the way up and through college and then after college and all that stuff. My knees deserve a little tender loving care, Patrick, you know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
otherwise, after 2 games, you'd be carrying me around like I was Caesar the Emperor down over the stairs. My knees locking up.
The first baseman, Emily Wormwood.
So Emily Wormwood is going to come up with the bases loaded in a very advantageous position here for the Mustangs. They've got one of their power hitters up. This is a crucial time in this game, Patrick. 4th inning. Mustangs have gone up 2. Wildcats really need an out here to get out of it. Strike at the letters. Good take by Emily there. She swings at that one. That is likely in the air somewhere. So she wants something that she can get out and she can drive. As we said, she's got great gap power. We've seen it many times. That one's popped up. Infield pop-up.
They got her to...
And Vera came over. She had a little bit better angle on it, and she made the catch. And the Mustangs get 2, but they squandered an opportunity really kind of to break this wide open. So, see the Wildcats gathered down in front of their bench. They know that they've dodged a bullet here. We'll see how it goes when we come back. We're moving to the 5th inning when we come back after this.
Same thing as always.
Catch the front of the net.
All those little things to make you what you are.
0, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Sit right here.
So we were going to show you Michaela Gross in the circle still, but Coach Robinson came out after we'd set the camera up to show you that, and she was gone.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens in the magic circle. We'll see who appears in the circle.
And it's going to be Haley Fernald.
So Haley's going to come in from 3rd base. Out of Bridgeton, Maine, went to Lake Region. Lake Region, good athletic school over there. The Lakes Region, beautiful area over there. Naples.
So we'll set the defense here in just a second.
Hear the music in the background. I thought somebody was yelling at me in there.
So now...
Is this Nirvana? Mo, is that who's playing here? Is this Nirvana? Yeah. Pretty good for an old guy, huh?
Olivia Scott moves to left field from short. Olivia Gallen comes in to play 3rd. Emily Sanfison moves over to center. Julia Noel stays in the game in right. And Avery Herrick will move to short, or come in and will now be the shortstop. And the right side of the infield stays the same. Abby Ferlin will stay behind the plate.
So we're trying to get all those changes so that we can call it outright.
Leading off for the Wildcats, the left fielder, Allie Henderson.
So it'd be Henderson to lead off. Shadows starting to creep out a little bit. Don't see it so much from this angle, but our press box camera will show you that. Throwing fires in. Ball one. We've moved to the top half of the fifth inning. See, the score is 7-5.
After watching game one, definitely wasn't expecting this.
Bay Path has done a good job of rebounding here in the second game. You got to give them credit here. They had a long ride coming up from Long Meadow.
No question. Definitely.
Had to leave early. They got here, it was cold, but they've worked their way through. Took their licks in the first game, but boy, they bounced back nicely here. 7-5 game, real good contest going on here. The parents here for the Wildcats that are watching, got to be proud of this team the way they're playing here today.
The third baseman, Brooke Ivanchek.
So Ivanchek will come in. Runner at first.
The Wildcats have found their footing and are trying to pounce.
Strike poured in. Ivanchek, the third baseman. Fernald fires a strike in. 0-2 quickly.
What she needs right here, definitely get a strikeout, maybe force a ground ball. Might be able to turn two here.
Henderson, the runner at first, fouled up over the backstop our way. Probably heard it hit on the roof.
I think that also hit our staircase.
0-2, let's see what Haley might want to go to. She's on her wristband to get the sign.
Wonder if we got a souvenir waiting for us right outside.
Just missed up high. Tried to climb the ladder and a little bit of elevator enticement there, but no swing by Brooke. Here's a swing and a miss down on swing and strikes, one out.
The right fielder, Jalen Harrigan.
So Harrigan will come in, the right fielder. Ball one. Henderson, the runner at first. One out. That's up high.
Mustangs still with one player left on the bench. That is Emma Johnson.
Poured in for a strike.
I believe Dosty and Gross could re-enter.
Yeah, in fact, that's what we thought that Gross had done, was re-enter after she was pinch run for by Noel in that inning. 2-1. Fake throw to first base. 3-1. The pitch. Back to the mound. Furlan go right to first base, pick up the out there. Runner advances into scoring position. Henderson at second, but 2 outs now.
The first baseman, Ansley Morrison.
And that'll bring up Morrison.
Five runs on 6 hits, 1 error for Bay Path. Your Mustangs, 7 runs on 9 hits. No errors in the field so far.
That's off the plate, bounces. Henderson will move up to third.
Well, that's an error, but an error that's not going to really show in the scorebook.
Ball one. Left-handed batter. Down to third. And Gallen guns it over to first base, and that'll do it. So that's a nice inning for the Mustangs. They get the shutdown inning, Patrick, after going ahead 7-5. We'll move to the bottom half of the 5th inning when we come back here to the Turf Complex on the campus of Central Maine Community College after this.
The USC provides our program exactly what they say, a chance for small colleges to compete. It's leveling the playing field for everybody. It provides a great opportunity, just the fellowship amongst athletes, get a chance to play against some different teams that you typically don't get a chance to play against from different regions, different parts of the country. This kind of gives you an opportunity to kind of see where you're really at against everybody. Really good. Like I said, just a great environment, well-ran tournament. It's a pleasure to be part of organizations like USCA.
Abby Furland will step in. She'll drive one right side foul. Bottom half of the 5th inning, 7-5.
If you had told me after game 1 that game 2 was going to go longer than 4.5 innings, I probably wouldn't agree.
And credit the Wildcats, as we said. Good performance here in game 2. I think we're headed down there, aren't we, Patrick, a couple of weeks?
Saturday, April 23rd, and they will have a stream and live stats
Yeah.
going.
Yep. Talking to Coach, he was excited about that. That one's rolled up.
And roughly about the same time here on campus, we'll have baseball taking on Southern New Hampshire University, their club team. The Penmen coming to town.
Yeah, we don't follow the Mustangs on the road. We do all the home games. Fly ball right center field. And up in the sun again. Tough catch there. And Abby's heading to third base. She might have.
Yeah.
She might have missed second again.
No, we're not going to have an appeal this time. Trying to think, Rob, how I want to score that, but the right fielder, Julia Noel.
So runner at third. That's the main thing that comes out of that. Noel will come up. She won the game as a pinch runner. Scored a run. He comes frontal to the plate, slides, and she's home. Picks up an insurance run here. Makes it 8-5. Pitch was a ball. Nobody out. Base is clear now.
On that triple, Rob, I think Guzman got her glove on it and she just dropped it. So that's where I'm kind of on the fence about it here.
I'm leaving it all up to you, Patrick, as the song says. I'm leaving it all up to you.
But I think we're going to call that a triple.
Do one. That's down low.
8 runs on 10 hits now for the Mustangs.
Well, it's got the count in her favor, 3-1. Julia played her ball down the road at Oak Hill High School. Now Sabatis takes a strike. One continues to blow out, and it's caused trouble on anything in the air today because it's It's one of those cases, the kids just haven't been outside enough to play, Patrick, you know what I mean, and get a lot of fly balls and all of that. So I'm not sure what the situation is for Bay Path, how long they've been able to get out on their field.
The shortstop, Avery Herrick.
Shortstop Avery Herrick comes in. She came in the game. She got a little rust after pitching the first game. She'll take down low, ball one. Another one of those scammers I'm going to delete. See you later, buddy. Got all these scammers on there. As we said, don't ever go to them. They just want to take your credit card and go to LL Bean shopping. Down low. Of course, we're broadcasting here from Maine. We're obligated to get LL Bean references in here as time we can, though they're not one of our sponsors. The pitch is on the inside corner for strike. 2-1, runner at first base. Noel's got good wheels. Down low. Sharon struggling a little bit with her release point here. Emma's had a solid game on the mound. And that's down low. Runners will move up first and second.
The center fielder, Emily Sanfason.
Sanfason comes in. She's moved over to from left field to center field now as Gallen had come into third base, you saw, on the defensive switch.
I wonder if she told Coach, put me in, Coach, I'm ready to play. Those of you that get that reference, thank you.
Emily's had a good game today. You know, you take a look at the order Coach Robinson puts out there, and I mean, he's got Emily hitting in the 9 hole. She excellent depth in that lineup. She's going to hit down to third, force out at third, throw to first. It'll be too late. So they'll get the force out, and that'll be the first out of the inning. So runners still at first and second now with
the
one out.
The third baseman, Olivia Gallen.
Olivia Gallen, now playing third base, steps in. Pops it back out foul. And a good look at the pitcher, batter, catcher, umpire look. The bunt. Fielded by the pitcher to first, and runners move up. Sacrifice for Gallen. Now 2 runners in scoring position. 8-5 game. Coach Robinson playing a little small ball. Of course, if you have Gallen running down to first after a bunt, you better
the second baseman, Addison Herrick.
Field the ball cleanly. They did. They made the good play. So Addison Herrick up again. Last time she was in this situation, exactly the situation here, Patrick. She lined a 2-run single to right field. So Addison ought to be feeling a little bit confident. You carry that confidence from one at-bat to the other, and you're looking at the situation. I'm sure she's saying, I've been here, done this.
That made it 5-4 at the time.
Takes a strike. So she'll look to deliver another 2-out single, and it will score 2 runs most likely, unless it's sharply hit to the outfield.
Mustangs with the 1 run early on continue the streak.
That's up high.
17 straight innings.
Well, that's amazing. You win a lot of games scoring 17 straight innings, Patrick. Herrick. We'll take a strike. Saw that one pour in. Gets away a little bit, but no harm, so nobody advanced. Throw to first in time. That's a good looking play. Sharon came up gunning over to first base, and Morrison on the bag gets the out. So we'll move to the top half of the 6th inning. Mustangs hold on to an 8-5 lead. You see the gathering of the Wildcats. They'll go to bat when we come back after this.
Coaches know you can't win a game without proper planning and execution. Let Gosline Retirement Planning coach you into a confident retirement. Here at Gosline Retirement, we provide that proper planning and help you utilize a step-by-step approach on all facets of your retirement planning. We provide guidance on income planning, wealth management, understanding taxation, Medicare and long-term care, and legacy and estate planning. We pride ourselves on working hard for those who have worked hard their entire lives. So, schedule your appointment today and let the team at Gosline Retirement Planning put together a retirement game plan for you.
Gosline Retirement Planning, one of our great anchor sponsors here. They come with us everywhere. High school sports, college sports, any of the special events that we do as part of Munson Media, the anchor sponsors that you see a part of that. We thank them.
Leading off for the Wildcats, the second baseman, Faith Ruggiero.
Ruggiero steps in.
Be the 9-1-2 hitters coming up for the Mustang. For the Wildcats.
Top of the 6th. Strike one pulled in.
Just past 4:30.
Haley Fernald, the second pitcher of the game. Michaela Gross started. Fly ball, center field. Sanfordson under it and got it. One out. 2 pitches, 1 out. That's what you like to see.
Emma Shearing.
Sheeran will step in, try to help herself. She's going all the way in the circle here for the Wildcats. Get our scoreboard back up. There we go. Swing and a miss. 1 out, nobody on. 6th inning. The bunt, foul back. 2 strikes now. So Haley, with a punch-out heel, she'll be on her way to a quick inning, Patrick, if she can get this one. She's up 2 strikes. That'll be a ball.
Quick preview for tomorrow. Tomorrow's umpires. I've been told one of them is Mike Todd. So should be a couple of good games tomorrow.
I hope they're quick. Popped up. Right side. And it's foul ball. We had to wait. Yep. We get blocked out here.
That one bounced just on the right side of the line, Rob. Just on the right side. We're talking inches again.
Hope you're enjoying our 3-camera production here today. First time we rolled out 3 cameras. Done it for basketball a few times. Towards the end of the season, we put baseline cameras in with our cover cam. We think it adds a lot to it. That little shaking you're seeing is because the little camera's just in the backstop and the wind is catching it, moving it back and forth a little bit. But it's remained steady and it's remained on the whole game. Both games, so we're happy with it.
I'm knocking on wood for you, Rob.
That's a ball. Catch me up on the count, Patrick. I got talking here.
Full count.
3-2. Thank you.
Bay Path dugout getting into the game a little bit.
Ground ball foul down the third baseline.
Gallen came up with that, was ready to rocket fire over.
Yeah, Gallen is a multifaceted, multi-tooled player, that's for sure. Usually plays center field. And ball 4. Turner first, going to go to second. Throw is now in a rundown and tagged out. Sharon trying to make something happen there, and sometimes you need to be a little more cautious, particularly down 8-5, not run into outs, and that's something the Wildcats will
The catcher, Taylor Suffoletto.
be able to go to school on that.
That'll go down as a 2-6-3, caught stealing after the walk.
Put in strike 1.
As you said, Rob, that is definitely a base running error at this point.
Mustangs won the first game in 5 innings. What was the final score of that, Patrick? I was running the production.
13-1.
13-1. Coach Morong was asking.
Bay Path scoring the first run of the game on the top of the first off of a triple and a wild pitch. Mustangs score 13 unanswered. As this game goes back and forth.
Foul ball.
I want to thank Coach Morong for checking in.
Yeah, it's always good to update those two. And I don't know where Coach was. He's late to get to the game here. Must have had some parental duties this morning. Probably out coaching AAU basketball is what my guess is. Huh?
Helping assistant coach, women's basketball assistant coach Christina Blay, owner of Maine Basketball Club.
Yeah, this is the season for the off season for all the winter sports.
Gives a chance for somebody like Coach Morong can do a little extra coaching and at the same time maybe some recruiting. Get potential Mustangs down the line.
Swing and a miss. So Haley's done a good job since coming in from third base.
So far,
just shows the depth here the Mustangs have.
So far holding Bay Path scoreless.
Just outside.
Everybody wanted that call.
Yeah, Abby with the frame up. We gave you a good look at that from behind. Abby trying to get the calls. Strike on the corner. Help me with the count, Patrick, of
3-2.
3-2. Fouled off in the box.
Suffoletto staying alive.
Suffoletto's gone all the way behind the plate in this game. 2 outs, nobody on. 3-2 count. The rock, the fire. Bounces up in there for ball 4.
The shortstop, Maddie Vera.
2 outs, runner at first now. And Vera comes up. She's the shortstop. Slide to center field. Sanford's on back, and she'll pull it in. You could see the wind catch that ball towards the end, and Emily did a good job of ranging into center field deep and played the wind and played the ball and made the play. So we'll stay 8-5. Let you know tomorrow. We've talked about this a few times in the tease. We'll stay right with it live here and show you tomorrow's games that'll be upcoming. Doubleheader against UNH. That's in any CBA action. UNH fielding a club team, as we told you if you weren't with us earlier. UNH went through some major sports reorganizations in the late 90s, and two of the sports that went were baseball and softball. So they've been fielding club teams since that time.
It looks like, Rob, we're going to have a pinch hitter here to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Will be Emma Johnson, the first-year women's soccer goalkeeper, joining the softball team here for the spring. Monmouth Academy.
Patrick Dexler, of course, in charge of the music here at the complex, is playing his theme song right now from Steppenwolf, 1967, Born to Be Wild. This is Bryce's, right? I love rock and roll.
Leading off for the Mustangs, pinch hitter number 8, Emma Johnson.
Got a great crew of kids that work study for the athletic department. Bryce Cormier, of course, and Mo's here running the camera today. We sent Calvin home sick today, so that left me to do production and play-by-play, but we're used to doing that. Hope Calvin's going to be okay tomorrow. We got baseball doubleheaders. We just showed you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us here on a busy Saturday, ball one.
Sheeran will look to go the distance here for the Wildcats.
Yeah, she's done a solid job. Her defense let her down in a couple of situations, I think you'd have to say, Patrick, with some opportunities that gave the Mustangs extra outs in an inning, and they're just too good to give extra outs to.
One error on paper, but I would say at least 2 or 3 miscues.
Yeah, we were generous in not giving errors, and tough sky today and the wind and all that, so that's driven to center field. And will fall in for extra bases. Johnson got good wheels. They'll need to make the replay here. They do. They'll hold Emma at third. Well, that's 2 straight games, I believe. Emma's come up in a pinch hitting situation, Patrick, and delivered.
2 triples both times.
Yes, triples both times.
The pitcher, Haley Fernald. So we'll see what the defense alignment looks like going into the 7th. My guess is...
Yeah, you've got to pull the infield in here. Jeez. You can't stay back and concede a run here 8-5. You got to
my guess is
choke this off.
Johnson will come in just to play left in for Olivia Scott.
I was talking more about the defensive alignment for the Wildcats. They've got to choke this run off at the plate. They're back in at the corners, but back in the middle. Concede a run 8-5 and makes it hard to climb back. 2-0. Nobody out runner at third base. It's Emma Johnson after the triple. Sheeran rocks and fires. That's just down low. Three and 0. Poured in, strike one. Throw to third. Johnson back.
Definitely a red light situation there. 3-0, just let the pitch flow down the middle.
Vernon looking to help herself here. Had to count 3-1. And she'll drive it to her left field. Catch out there by Henderson, but the sacrifice fly to left field gets the job done.
The first baseman, Emily Wormwood.
So there's the benefit of Johnson's triple, putting her into scoring position where a fly ball can score her and they can get a run on and out. They do that. Now the base is clear. Ground ball to short. Rivera up and over and safe at first.
And that will be an E3. First baseman Morrison should have come up with that.
Good strong throw by Vera, the shortstop.
The catcher, Abby Furland.
I think we got our scoreboard caught up, 9-5, 1-0. Runner at first.
Another impressive stat line for the Mustangs, and they continue that streak.
How many? 18 innings.
18 innings now.
Round ball to second. A one hop at a first and control, but too late at first. And Mustangs will have runners at first and second now.
2 errors now for Morrison at first there, back to back.
That was a tough one to handle. That was a one hop throw, Patrick, from second base. And I'm going to give it I'd say E4 on the one hop throw.
The right fielder, Julia Noel. The beauty of stats is we'll fix that.
And for a strike.
Because I'll admit I've seen a lot of games, but I probably haven't seen as many as a lot of people.
Well, I just think it was kind of handcuffed. I mean, you would have liked to have been able to come up with the play, but can't anticipate you could make a one hop. We get blocked out a little bit here. It's kind of hard to see. I get a little bit of better angle at first base to look at than you do. 0-2. Sharon up in the count here. That's up high. Up to 46 degrees. Wind calming down. Pretty comfortable to play actually today. See the outfield is shading themselves from the sun down low. 2-2. Excuse me.
I said pregame that you have a double chance here to get burned. You get sunburn from the sun and wind burn because of the gusts today.
Yeah, fair skin like I am, Patrick. I've been there. Had that happen. Count's gone full now after being 0-2. And the walk to load the bases, so Noel will go down to first base. Bases will be loaded.
The shortstop, Avery Herrick.
This will bring up Avery Herrick. Came into the game at shortstop. Complete game victory in the first game for Avery.
12 strikeouts now, leading the USCAA in strikeouts with 62.
Ball one.
Striking out, I believe, 12 of about the 17 hitters that she faced.
Pulled in for a strike. Yeah, she threw a lot of first pitch strikes as well in that first game, Patrick, and got the hitters on the snide a little bit. She's in a position here she could really open this up, foul back. With all the choices folks have today for your entertainment, we're glad you tuned into this game. A lot of you got kids playing or family members. Thank you for watching. Popped up and now to play.
With the bases loaded here and Herrick up to bat, if the Mustangs do somehow find a way to score 6 runs in this inning, the game would actually be over via the mercy rule again.
A long way to go for that, but Herrick will take up high. Three and two. That's driven in the gap left center. That's going to probably clear the bases and may be a triple here for Herrick. She's at second. She's going to hold there, but she will clear the bases. That's coming all the way around and in was Noel from first base. So a bases clearing double. Now you can talk about that a little more, Patrick.
The center fielder, Emily Sanfason. So Sanfason would represent the 14th run. So it may take a little bit more, but it's possible. Oh, one out here.
Herrick at second. Bunt laid down and foul ball. Just foul.
It was well executed by Sanfason. It just rolled the wrong way. Like a chip shot in golf, it takes a little luck.
So one strike. Bounces up there. Herrick got off, but no advancement.
Good stop by Sofoletto.
Herrick on second after the bases clearing double. There's the bunt. Good one. And throw to first is end time. So nice execution by the Wildcats to get the out, and runner advances to third with 2 outs now.
The third baseman, Olivia Gallen.
So Olivia Gallen will step in. Two outs. Ball's down low. And scampering in from third base, Avery Herrick. So another one to the total here as it's gotten away from the Wildcats a little bit. Not sure.
Not sure what's going on. Seems like we had the third out.
Left early, I bet.
Oh, we're going to have an 8-run mercy, I believe. It's not necessarily a 10-run mercy. It's an 8-run mercy here.
Do you know why?
That can be team and coach discretion.
Is that usually before the game you decide that, or do you just say?
Sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 8.
Okay.
Difference between baseball and softball, but now I can see with Herrick crossing the plate that it will conclude the day.
Well, it caught us by surprise, in case you didn't notice. It certainly did. So we'll move this to a final score. So a sweep of the doubleheader by your Mustangs. They win the second game 12-5. And
13-5, Rob.
13-5, yes. Yeah, I didn't update the scoreboard, so we should do that before we get off the air, huh? The 13th run came in. No, I had it up on the scoreboard. I just didn't read it right off the little scoreboard. So 13-5. Not quite indicative of the way the second game actually went, Patrick. When we take a look at it, Bay Path was actually in this game for a long time. It went back and forth. It was tied at 5-5. A couple of big hits for the Mustangs to put this one out of reach late. But a lot, I think, for them to build on Bay Path. I think we'll see a different Bay Path team we head down there in a couple of weeks as they'll continue to improve. But the big news for the Mustangs is the beat goes on. Patrick, how many innings? 18, 19 straight innings? 18.
18, Rob.
18 straight innings that the Mustangs have scored. Well, I want to thank all of us that everybody helped us out here from Munzing Media today, Mo on the camera, Calvin early on the camera before we send him home ill. Calvin, if you're watching, hope you feel better for tomorrow so you can come over and help us with baseball. And as we said, that will be our next game. Tomorrow we'll be over here for baseball. It's a noontime start. Noon and 2 o'clock, they say. It won't be a 2 o'clock start for the second game in baseball. You can do that in softball. But the UNH club team will be coming in to take on your Mustangs in baseball action. And, of course, if it happens on this turf complex, Munzing Media is here to bring it to you, all Mustang fans all over the world. Well, that's going to wrap it up here on a Saturday. And lots going on here. We thank you once again for your participation in your kids' athletics, all you families that were able to watch here today. We're glad to be able to bring you what we think is the very best in college streaming here on Muncie Media with our partners, the Central Maine Community College Mustangs. Until tomorrow, so long, everybody.